get up to speed. We're going about 5 seconds. I'll let you know.
It's August 8th, right?
Yes. Okay, anytime.
It's August 8th, 1996. My name is Gail Moscoso. I'm interviewing JANINA Swift. Our videographer is John Grant. And we are in San Francisco at the Holocaust Oral History Project. JANINA, you had something to say.
Well, I gave in a previous interview the beginning of a story, but I didn't finish it, so I will start by finishing that story. When I was in jail in Copenhagen, Louise and I had our system work out of throwing the food to other prisoners. And it worked this way that I walked in front of Louise and I was at all times watching the prisoners to see where they are so I could throw food to them. Louise was watching the guards, and when she saw that the guards were not looking at us, she would say, "Now," and I would throw the food. At this point, we were walking a few days, and we had few pieces of food was piling up, and she never gave me the signal. So I said, "What's the matter?" She says, "Well, there is this German that's watching us. He's one floor above, but he doesn't stop watching us. He never turns away, he just keeps staring at us. So we can't throw it." And that went for a few days. Finally, the German disappeared from the floor above, but to our horror, we found him on that side of the floor where we were, on our side of the jail. And he was still watching us. So we said, okay, we are going to just not even take the food with us. We waited, he's lost his interest. And in a few days, somehow the jailer with the keys opened the door and let Louise in, and I was left outside. Anytime you're separated from other prisoners is a bad news. Something is wrong. So I was wondering what was going to happen, and this big German came and said, "Do you remember me?" This big German didn't have the faintest idea what he was. And I said, "No." He says, "But I remember you." Now that's frightening, because you never know where from, in what situation. I said, "I think you're making a mistake. I don't know who you are, it's not very likely." He says, "Oh yes, I know you, and I won't forget it." So I said, "Okay." Conversation became very difficult at that point. And I was saying, no, you are mistaken. You couldn't possibly know." And he says, "Oh yes." And at that time, there's some more German came, so the guy with the keys opened my cell. As I was walking into my cell, he said, "Chameleon." and I froze. Suddenly it came back to me. I mean, it really took a flash. I knew exactly who it was. That was the guy that I had the fight with in that restaurant. That he was going to shoot me, and
The man you slapped.
the man I slapped, and the waitress and the manager and the cook and everybody got me out through the kitchen and bribed him, and he was very drunk, but he remembered me. And for a few days I was very worried, but this was really so close to the end of the war. This was spring in 45, and it was literally days before the... So I guess as much as he hated my guts, he couldn't do much about it. For a few days, I really sweated out. I didn't know what he's going to do. Apparently, there wasn't much he could do. The Germans were getting scared. They were thinking more how to get alive from the jail, how to get alive from Copenhagen, how to hide their past of working with prisoners. They were really not concerned about individual prisoners anymore. But nevertheless, it's a small world that 1942 in Warsaw, you get in trouble with the German, and he has to be your warden in 1945 in Copenhagen jail. It's a really small world. And of course it never came to anything because the whole German machine was falling apart at that time. Now, there were a few things that happened during the war that were remarkable. One of the most remarkable things was the children from Zamojszczyzna, which is a part of Poland in the eastern, southeastern part of Poland. Actually, it was overlapping the Russian-Polish border. And it was a very wealthy piece of land. It was very rich soil. You could grow anything there. And therefore the peasants were wealthy. They lived better than other peasants. And they were very handsome. They were tall. A lot of them were blonde, blue-eyed, and the children were very well fed and cared for, so they also were very attractive. When the Germans made the push against Russia, the richness of this small part of Poland was very impressive, and they decided they couldn't leave that to the Poles. So they took old people to concentration camps, men to forced labor camps, and women. And they were left with small children. Well, the children, blonde, blue-eyed, healthy, looked very Aryan to the Germans. So they didn't want to waste anything, so they decided to take the children to Germany and have German families to adopt them and raise them for good Germans. They look German, they will be raised accordingly to Hitler, and except that things on the Eastern Front started falling apart, and they needed to push ammunition and military troops to Germany, and one of those trains with the children was pushed off the main track to make room for the masses of trains going to Russia to support the German army, and just left there. Well, after a certain time there were cries and noises out of that train, and some Polish workers got near the trains and through some little holes managed to look there and discovered dead children, little children, sick, dying children, only children. And actually some of the children started eating the dead children. They had no water and no food for a long time. Nobody knew how long. And they were slowly dying. The word got out in Warsaw. And that was too much. The Warsaw was full of streetwise old crones with baskets that were selling little bit of food or shoelaces or old books or whatever. A lot of that, they were just sitting in some street corners, parks, near station, near train stops, bus stops, peddling. They were very tough women. They were simple women. They were used to life on the street. They were poor before the war, during the war, and my guess is probably after the war. And the dying children was too much. So they went to the station and demanded. And when I say went, I'm not talking about a dozen or 20 or hundreds. The word went out, and there were thousands of them. And they went with their baskets, with some few old men, some of them that were found about what was going on at home with their children, and they started advancing on a railway station, demanding from the Germans to let them have that train. It was the only confrontation that I know of during the whole 5 years of occupation that the Germans lost. They could not allow the disruption of the trains. There was thousands of people surrounding the main railway station. more were coming. And when they started, they gave some shots in the air that didn't make any impression. They fired a few shots in the crowds. The people were not backing up, but they were advancing, even though some of them were killed. So the Germans decided that the only smart thing to do is let them have that train and let's get the trains rolling again to the east. Bigger things were at stake. And so the trains were opened. I didn't go there, but there were enough people that saw what was inside, which was atrocious. The children had no water, no facilities to go to the bathroom, no food. At least 3/4 of them were already dead or very close to dead. And some of them were saved, cleaned up, and the people just took them home. Some of them knew who they were, knew their names. The little ones didn't. And they were just left in limbo. The Germans didn't advertise the fact because basically that was the one time when, with all their power, they were not in control of the city. They lost. I don't know if I told about the incident with the rifle.
No, you haven't.
Where I lived in Warsaw, near my street was the end station of an electric suburban train. And that train, even during the German occupation, kept running because it was one of the few ways that people living near Warsaw could get to work. And there were also some German military caserns where Germans used to stay there. Before the war, there were Polish army. During the war, there were Germans. And one day, the train came to the end station, and as people was leaving, on a seat, a gun was left. And since Polish undergrounds use guns, the Germans naturally immediately assumed that there was an underground person on the train and couldn't leave the train with the gun in plain view, so just left it. So they surrounded, within minutes, the group of people that were getting off the train and demanded to know who left the rifle. Well, nobody would admit to the rifle. So they started picking up people, women, children, old men, healthy young men, women, saying, we're going to shoot every so many minutes 10 people to the person that put the gun there would admit who left the gun there. Nobody came forward. Then they separated the first 10, got the Germans to make an execution squad, and just before they started executing people, a young boy, no more than 14, somewhere between 12 or 14, said, "I left it." So he got promptly, brutally beaten and kicked and everything by the Germans. And Germans usually, when they surrounded any part of the city, had those big trucks full of the special soldiers. And they started to getting back in the trucks, puffing and huffing up the street. A fat German soldier came running, and he said, "Oh my God, I left my rifle on the train. Has anybody seen it? I just was sleepy, I forgot. He's going to shoot me if I don't find my rifle." And he was saying it loud enough so the Poles, the Germans and everybody, Polish crowd outside, the people that were already surrounded, started knowing that's trouble, because Germans got caught in a bad situation, started melting away as fast as they could. And the Germans couldn't cover it up. So they asked the boy, who was pretty badly beaten up by them, "Why did you say you did it?" He said, "Because I couldn't allow you to shoot all those people. It's better if I got punished than shooting innocent people." And the Germans very quickly took the boy, the rifle, the soldier, and all the policemen in the trucks and went away. Nobody knows how it ended. Very likely they killed the boy and reprimanded, maybe even killed the soldier, and told everybody else that such an incident didn't take place. Germans are never wrong. When I was in Krakow, before I left Poland, I used to go very often to the Polish priest's house. There was, at that time, the Polish church was led by Prince Archbishop Sapiecha. Archbishop of Krakow was the head of the Catholic Church in Poland, and he was by the title the Prince of the Church. Sapiecha was born a Polish nobleman, a prince, very well educated, and one of the few people that constantly used to stand up to the Germans. They just could not risk killing him because Poland, being so overwhelmingly Catholic country, they were afraid that there will be a major uprising, which they didn't want to provoke. And I used to see a priest there was called Bronisław Mazur, and Archbishop Sapieha was preparing him to eventually take all the Catholic welfare organization, be in charge of the church, poor, homeless, orphans, sick people, anything that needed help. He also had, when I went to visit the Mazur, occasionally Sapieha would stop by. Very impressive old man, very ascetic, and he had a young priest following him around. The priest's name was Wojtyła. He was learning to be one of the clergy to run the Catholic Church in Poland. He didn't say much, just stood and watched everybody, didn't make any statements. So it was very hard to get any impression of him, except that Sapieha thought very highly of him. Today Wojtyła is the Pope. Oof, I'm glad.
It's still on. You want to take a break?
Yeah, can you turn it off?
Try.
Tapes here, it'll take about 10 seconds before we can be at the right speed, and I'll let you know, but we are recording now, but we're not quite at the right speed. Okay, anytime.
In the very beginning of the war, when I was sworn into the underground, one of the first things I was asked to do, I was asked to cooperate in an execution of a Polish actor that did a lot of films among other places in Germany. His name was Igor Sim. He was a very handsome man. He spoke several languages fluently: French, English, German. And he was a lousy actor. So he never, since theater and Therefore, movies were very high in Poland, and people were used to very good quality. He never made a great career in Poland. He was half Polish, and the other parent was half German. The Germans, before the war, wanted to use him in the future, so they invited him to do a film in Germany in which he got starring roles. And that way they basically bought him. And he agreed to work in the Ministry of Propaganda, which didn't have a very good, Goebbels and all didn't have a very good reputation. My brother, before the war, had a girlfriend who was a very attractive young girl. She was half orphan. Her mother divorced her father and married an attorney, remarried. And her father, who was very wealthy industrialist, died very recently after the divorce, and in his will left all his possessions, factories and money to the girl, his only child. So the situation in that house was that the parents didn't have much money. The young girl had people from her father's business come every week and bring fat envelopes full of cash. So she basically supported the whole house. She was pretty spoiled, and she decided that she wanted to be a film star. And she used the money and the fact that she basically ran the house because the family couldn't do without her income to work towards that goal. She invited movie producers, movie stars, actors, actresses, went help finance plays. And among other things in her house, I met Igor Sim. He was quite nice in person. And when I had dinner with my family, my brother, my mother, in Eva's home, I sat at the far end of the table and listened to the conversation. And I noticed that Igor Sim kept on looking at me and kept on looking at me. After dinner, he got up, sat next to me, asked me how old I was. I was 14. And he says, "That's the age of my son." You were the same age of my son. I miss him very much. He lives in Germany with his mother. I don't get to see him very often. And he told me that he would give me, young girls were known for collect photos of film stars signed by the star. He says, "I will give you my photograph and sign it to you." To which I politely said, "No, thank you, I don't collect photos of film stars." I noticed my mother looking like a storm cloud at me. She thought it was the worst thing I could have said. And she waited till he talked to other people and told him that I was rude and polite and didn't have any sense whatsoever. But nevertheless, I saw him a few times more, and I was actually seen on the street. And he was walking by and saw me and walked up to me to talk to me, find out how I was doing. The fact that I was seen with him became known to the underground. And I was approached by the underground. Now, this is the very beginning of the war. And many of the atrocities haven't happened yet. So the anger and the feeling of what was just and wasn't there yet. There were things that happened, but they were sporadic facts, not always witnessed by people. So I was approached by the people that sworn me to the underground to collaborate on the execution of Igosim. They said that I am to go to where he lives, and since he knew me, he would obviously open his door for me. And then after that, they would execute him. I was very young, and the war really didn't had its impact to that degree. Most of the people that I've seen dead were dead in battle or in bombing. It wasn't yet the mass execution, the cruelty, the beatings. And I simply didn't know what to do. Somehow the idea of a person that never did anything bad to me, and on the contrary, was trying to be nice to me and having him open the door so they can execute him, I just couldn't do it. And I kept on giving excuses and backing up and backing up. So I guess the group that was called Kedif, which was doing the execution, gave up on me. And several months later, Igosim was executed. They did get into his house and kill him, in spite of the Germans watching his place. And I guess that was the first and only and last time that I backed up when I had to do some action. For a long time, it weighed very heavily on me that I was asked to do something and I didn't. And it took me years after the war to realize that I simply was not ready to cold-bloodedly participate in an execution of a person that I knew, that liked me, that never did me anything wrong. Now, you wanted to know about the small sabotage action. Because the group of people that I entered the underground with were Scouts and Cub Scouts leaders. We went into the underground just almost as a group. And At one point during the occupation, the hatred of the Germans started boiling over. So Germans got killed, Germans got robbed, Germans lost their possessions. Germans started in Warsaw, single German, when it started getting dark, and in Warsaw at 3 o'clock in the afternoon it's getting dark, didn't dare to walk the streets. But the general tenor of the country was such that children started doing anti-German things, slashing tires, graffiti, anti-German. They were caught and killed, sent to concentration camp, very often tortured to admit that the anti-German slogans they heard from their parents. They were tried to force the children to give information on their neighbors and their parents. The situation became unbearable. So the underground, the government, because there actually was a Polish government in the underground, said something has to be done, the children have to be protected. Since this is uncontrolled, the only thing we have to do is get the children organized, get some adult controlling their action under supervision, and see to it that they're protected and not caught. The natural underground government, in their wisdom, decided that the people that should do it should be the Scouts leader that were, before the war, running Cub Scouts. And we got, among other our activities, told that we're going to be nursing the groups of the children that we're doing. We are going to organize the action of a small sabotage. We will organize it, we will direct it. The main idea being that the children will do some damage to the Germans, but being supervised and protected, there will be fewer casualties, fewer chance of them being caught. And actually the sabotage can do something. So they were taught to put sugar into the gasoline, slash tires, do graffiti, deliver underground newspapers, and very often when they've had to be done some watching of a special location, grown-ups standing on the streets were noticed. 2-3 children playing hopscotch could stay there for a few hours at the time and nobody will pay them any attention. So they were used for those little actions, and this was called the action of the small sabotage. It was strictly designed to protect the children. However, they did do a lot of damage. They did deliver the underground papers. They did carry messages. They did damage trucks, even trains. And mainly they were protected. This was the action of the small sabotage. Now you had some
I
question.
wanted, you told me a story in the car about when you were smuggling papers from Poland over the German border, and you took a train. And
Oh, with the German woman?
You got a berth, yeah. That's what
That's one of the funniest stories. I was for a while working basically, as you would say, courier. And what I was doing was I had a very demanding boss. The boss was expecting me go. I worked all day. So after I finished work, I was supposed to pick up whatever I was to take, get on a overnight train, and go west. Sometimes it was just to Krakow, sometimes it was Krakow and over border to Germany, which was enlarged by the Germans. It was actually still in Poland, but the Germans annexed that to Germany. And if I was going to Germany, I had to look German because I had false German papers. Poles couldn't go to Germany. And because of possibility of my German accent being maybe not perfect, I had papers as a Volksdeutsch. That means a person of German descent that lived in Poland. You were not a citizen of the German Reich, but you were a German nationality and halfway German. They got many privileges. They didn't have to observe curfew. They got food stamps. They got privileges traveling. And it was, from the point of view of Volksdeutsch, a good position to be in. When I was traveling to Germany, I had to look as German as I could. That actually got me in trouble because one of my friends saw me on the street when I was on my way back from one of those trips. And if my green felt hat with a feather and white socks to my knee and thick German shoes, I had to wear clothes that had to be made in Germany to get away with it. And a coat with a fur collar. I looked terribly German. And when I met him on the streets, he took a look at me and actually spooked because he saw that maybe I am a Volksdeutsch or an informer or something. He couldn't understand how I should suddenly look so German. Later on, we laughed a lot about it. But I was going, my boss was, before the war, he worked in intelligence, and he was one of the best agents run in Germany. He could speak almost any dialect German, very fluent, very bright, very demanding man. So when I was going all night on a train, then delivering the papers, picking up something, and coming back. And then when I got off the train, I had to go straight to my work, to the office. I would say, I can't do that. I need some sleep. He would say, you sleep when you're dead. That was the most kind remark he would make to me. get plenty of sleep then. And one of those trips, I started using my head. I decided that I'm not going to last standing and crowded, because basically when you got on a train, you were standing all right and not having too much room. You were lucky if you get near a wall so you could lean against it. I decided that's not going to last, so I decided to use bribery. And when I got on a plane, I went to the sleeping cars, which were reserved strictly for the Germans. And now my papers were good, but not really that good. My language was good, but not really that good, you know. So close supervision was definitely not required. And I bribed the sleeping car attendant he had there were 2 beds, upper and lower, 1 unit empty, to let me sleep in a bed. And he would say, okay, no matter who pounds on the thing, don't open, because I'm going to say that if there is a check, which there were always on the trains, police or Gestapo or SS or something, I'm going to say the department is empty, there's nobody there, you're not going to appear on the list. So I went to bed, went to sleep. In the middle of the night, it's a tremendous commotion outside, and my poor bribed attendant opened with his key the door and let a huge German woman into the thing. She was very unpleasant, very bossy, very German, had all kinds of swastikas on her arm and luggage. She promptly installed herself. She announced that she was too large to sleep in the upper bed, so she was going to take the lower, I was to go upstairs. And she took up a box of chocolate, things that were unheard of during the war, and some soft drinks, some fruit, and proceeded eating and pressing, offering me the food. She also tried to have a conversation with me, which the only way I could prevent on is stick something in my mouth and I, tell you later. And eventually she gave up. She was trying, I told her I was a Volksdeutsche, that would cover my accent, and maybe not knowing current terms in Germany. I was going to visit family. I tried for a long time, and she finally gave up and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, there was a checkup on the train. It was a bad one, because it was police and Gestapo. Now, Gestapo knew their old papers that would pass an ordinary railway policeman or German policeman, Schutzpolizei called. Gestapo will spot. The German woman got furious. She started banging on the door, and in sleeping car you can open the door so it's only open about that far, and then there is a metal bracket that stops it to open further. She opened that only that far, and word for word yelled at the Gestapo, swearing at them, and she had a gold party emblem with Hakenkreuz. That means that she was a party member since before Hitler came to power, which put her very high in the German things. She had some papers from Ministry of Transportation and Propaganda and heavens know what. Anyway, she yelled at the man and finally said, "That's it, that's enough." Slammed the thing in his face. And the guys, where I could hear them talking on the other side, finally one of them said, "What about the other one?" And she yelled, "She's with me, you idiot," and wouldn't open. So I got defended by a very highly placed party member.
Were those papers business papers? That you were
No,
taking?
those were basically, I didn't go on business, I went to visit family. Those business were basically stating that I was a Volksdeutsche, that I lived in Poland. The town I gave it was Tomaszów Mazowiecki because I knew that town and there were a lot of Volksdeutsche there. And that I was going to somewhere past Berlin to visit relatives.
The papers you were carrying, though, for your boss?
Oh, those were dynamite. I mean,
Well, could you explain
if the Germans knew that I was carrying something, if the Gestapo took me off the train, that was it. I would have died.
So they were papers for the underground?
Yes, yes, and there was no way of disguising it. And the Germans were pretty smart because usually what the courier will try to do, they will try to leave that on the train, hoping that some Polish railroad worker will find it and, no, but the Gestapo got the Schutzpolizei and the SS and the other people were not that, but Gestapo would search where I was, search my luggage, search the bed I slept in, so there was no way of getting rid of it. So I would have been tortured. I would have had to say where I got it, who gave it to me, to whom I was taking it, and that was death, the worst kind of death.
How long did you do that kind? How long did you do those trips? What period of time?
I really, they were, for a while I would do them 2-3 months, and then there would be an ease up. I don't know whether they used somebody else or had another means of, transporting. And then I would get another, instead of going from Warsaw to Krakow to Germany, I would go to southern part of Poland and go sometimes Czechoslovakia, sometimes Oberschlesien, go in a different route, will not necessarily go by train, will go by car, walking, by horse and buggy, They're not necessarily where, then I would get trips to north part of Poland, which I was familiar with because my father had factories there, and do a few trips there, then maybe again. Whenever the necessity arrived, it wasn't like a friend of mine whom I was also with the same scout group. His name was Leszek Dobrzyński. He used to go from Switzerland, through Switzerland, on trains, through Germany, and to Poland eventually, and back the same way. That was pretty much his regular route, and he was spotted. You know, the same face, the same person making those trips, no justification. So the Germans tried once when he crossed from Switzerland into Germany, the German tried to take him off the train, and he jumped and he tried to run, and he got shot and kept on walking on the damaged legs, which ended that he had one leg badly damaged and the other one amputated. And so it was not a good idea to have the same person do the run too long. So usually a few months, and you were either taken off or given another route or given another job, because eventually you ended like Leszek Dobrzyński did.
What other jobs did you do for the underground besides carrying papers?
Well, basically, I belonged to a group that I entered the underground with, and I did whatever they did. Now, as the years progressed, I have a list here of names which I'm going to read, and I'm going to give you what they did. Some of them went into the execution. Some of them did raids on Germans, either to obtain cars or weapons or supplies, sometimes even papers for identifications. And some of them went into espionage, depending where they could use you the best. Now, I, before the war, had my mother entertain people from England, from France, from Sweden, Norway. I had a Danish uncle who was a diplomat. So after a while, it seems that the best thing to use me was in intelligence, because I could get the information, I could ask, I had connections, I had access to, my uncle being a Dane could have a radio. The rest of Poland, you know, if Germans found a radio in your house, you got shot. So I could listen to international communiques. Actually, we even listened to London. London had the stupidest signal. They had this bum, 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 bum. Well, this sound penetrated wall of any building, any place, no matter how low you had it. People would hear it through the walls and say, they're listening to the British radio. Why they picked that sound to broadcast to occupied countries, I know it was a terrible sound. Because when people were just talking, it was murmur, but that very distinctive, very deep sound was very bad. There were mistakes made in London. One that of the biggest snafus was in Denmark. They broadcast all over the underground radio how grateful they were to Danish police for cooperating with the underground. And the Germans instantly went on the street catching every policeman they could get their hands on. So ordinary Danish citizens were taking their coats off and putting them on policemen and spiriting them away. You know, people were taking them in their, giving them a bicycle, taking their police jacket off them and giving them a civilian jacket and tell them to run. The same thing was done with, even earlier, with the railway workers in Poland. Exactly the same thing. They thanked the railway workers for their wonderful sabotage and cooperation against the Germans, with the net result that there were hundreds of them caught, sent to concentration camp. If they were trying away, shot. It was a terrible thing. So London occasionally made major gaffes. It was very dangerous. I mean, you had enough trouble from Germans that you didn't need any trouble from London in addition to it.
Do you remember any of the information that you collected for the intelligence? And what kind of information?
Oh boy. Yeah. One had to do with deployment of the troops in the eastern part of Poland when the Germans were preparing to go against Russia. That was a biggie. The other one had to do with people that were cooperating with the Germans, pretending that they were Poles, that they were patriotic Poles, that they wanted to join the underground. Basically, they were hoping that they will be taken into the underground. And another one was a guy that was in Polish intelligence, and his cover was blown. He didn't know it. And it was a lucky thing because we managed to let him know that his cover is blown to change his identification, get out of there. Just get out. I mean, something like that happened. You didn't wait. You didn't get an overcoat. You didn't get it. You just went. And after you went, then you started to thinking what you're going to try to do with yourself. Because in the next 5 minutes, they could come for you. Another was unpleasant for me, was my school friend. She wasn't really that close of a friend, but I knew her well, and she visited me in my home, and she was a girlfriend of a big Gestapo man, which she kept very quiet. It was very unpleasant to me, because she actually told me that. And first of all, I was very shocked because she was a very beautiful girl and the daughter of a very prominent Polish family. And her having a Gestapo man boyfriend was very shocking, very unpleasant. But I can say that that was part of my intelligence, just she told me. You couldn't keep quiet about it, because if somebody got denounced by her, I would be guilty of that person's death or imprisonment or whatever.
You spoke to me about a particular man that introduced you to the underground.
Yes, I think that maybe giving you the names of the people that I work with, they will go in history. The man that introduced me, I have a book that he is described in. He didn't survive the occupation. He was shot by the Germans when he was they came to get him in his house. And he was very difficult to hide because he was about 6'4". Now, an average Pole is about my height. So when he walked on a street, he was not head taller, he was shoulder taller than most Poles. I mean, you could see him for miles. There were 4 brothers. Their name was Berger, and they were mountaineers from the southern Poland. And we used to, before the war, jokingly call them 4 kilometers of the Bergers. His name was Ludwig Berger, and he was with me in my scouts camp. And after the scout camp ended, I overheard 4 of those people that they were going to go in the How Mountains for a week. And they were planning this trip for young men. Ludwig Berger was the boss, and then there were 4 others. Well, I immediately decided that I'm not going to miss that one. So I was the only female in the whole camp. I said I wanted to go. Well, there were big arguments about it. Ludwig Berger definitely didn't want me. First of all, I was much smaller than anybody else, much younger and much weaker. So right by that definition, I really didn't belong there. Also, Polish scouts at that time were reading books by Baldur for Schirach, and they were talking about strength and physical stamina and so on. So I didn't fit that description by any means. But anyway, Ludwig Berger, Kazimierz Mrozowski, Leszek Dobrzyński, the one that got shot on a train, and Tadeusz Stegman. They were the 4. I got to be the 5th boy. And I wear pants and hiking shoes And Berger, much to the fury of the other guys, insisted that I carry my own sleeping bag and everything on my back, which the other guys were helping me with. When he wasn't looking, they would take it off me and carry it for me, because I obviously wasn't making it. And they raised such objection of him excluding me that he, against his better judgment, agreed. And I went. Now the condition of going was, now I was 15, 16 years old. The condition was that I was to produce permission from my mother. So I was instructed by Ludwig to write to my mother. I wrote a letter to my mother asking for a permission, everything, after which I put it in my back pocket, and that was that. A few days just before we were supposed to leave, Ludwig Berger asked me if I wrote to my mother. Yes, I did write to my mother. Have I heard from her yet? No, I haven't. But my mother often was away on business, so that wasn't surprising. Day before he left, he asked me again, the same thing. Yes, I did write. No, I haven't heard from her. But I was sure it would be all right with her. So I went. And when we went in the mountains, we got to a little village, and Ludwig said, this is the last place where you have post office, you can buy something. Once we get up climbing, there won't be any human being for the next week. That's where I mailed the letter to my mother asking permission to go for the trip. Because after I left that little village, there was no way she could find me or get hold of me, even if she had the whole Polish army after me. And my mother was capable of raising some Polish army if she really wanted to. So I went on the trip. I pretty much withstood pretty well. I had one run-in with Berger. Leszek Dobrzyński was at that time finishing Polish academy, which they were training physical education teachers on a level of a postgraduate degree. I mean, they had to learn a lot of medicine and how teenage hearts were not as big as their body, you know, all, and the gymnastic and so on and everything. And he was, I think it was his last year he was going to attend. And he saw me yawning, which in high mountains means that there is some heart trouble, that you have oxygen deficiency. So he promptly pulled out some chocolate out of his supplies and sat me down and told me to get some sugar, get some things and rest. Well, Ludwig caught us at it. And he got into a roaring fight with Leszek about, he tore the chocolate out of my hand, and I wasn't going to be a privileged person. I was going to be treated like everybody else. They had really, Leszek tried to explain to him that he didn't do it because I was a girl and I was privileged, but simply that he judged my physical condition needed attention, didn't have. Ludwig was absolutely militant. He wasn't going to have any special treatments. Then the only other time I had, when we came to the end of the trek, we came off the mountains. We came down on the highway. Leszek decided that he has to show his troop force march, and that I was not in a condition, which I wasn't, to take. Well, they were all at least head taller than I was, a little older, much stronger. So he bought me a bus ticket and sent me back to the Cub Scouts camp. And he and the guys went, they were only going to go on the freeway, so it wasn't really that interesting, you know. They're going to force march the last 30 miles or whatever it is, which I rode on the bus home. I wasn't that heartbroken because seeing one freeway, you see them all. After all, we're not that far from Autobahn.
But this Ludwig Berger, he was the man that introduced you to the
Yes, when the war started, he came to me and said, we are all going as a group into the underground. Do you want to go with us? I said, yes. And he said, okay, you have to be sworn in.
And how did they swear you in?
Well, you basically make an oath of pretty much the same as army people do, or Air Force, or Navy, or whatever. You swear to obey your, you know, your president, your commanding officer. You, in our case, was to keep the secrets, you know, and everything, and you follow orders and perform to best ability. And in the case of underground, of course, that you will not disclose. And that was the very beginning of the war, so we were pretty naive. Nobody knew what the Germans could do to you. It was pretty much like the pilots that were shot in Vietnam or Korea, especially Korea, that they finally the Air Force told them, say anything you know, just don't let them kill you in the process. But we didn't know that. We were sworn to secrecy. Basically, it was all. And then from then on, you followed the orders of your, whoever was in charge of you.
Did you meet other women in the underground?
Yes, the first woman that, well, there was one woman in our group, but the first person that Ludwig Berger sent to me, it was very unfortunate because I absolutely had no rapport with that person. And it was a woman, and then from then on, very quickly, he eliminated her because the ego sim thing came up. And the rule in the underground was pretty much like the rule in intelligence. They need to know. If you didn't need to know, you are not told. So a person between me and Berger was somebody that didn't need to know whom they're going and when and how they're going to execute. She was not necessary to the operation. I don't know, there was something about that young woman that really bothered me. And I don't understand what it was, but there was no rapport whatsoever. So when she got eliminated, and then from then on, I started using people to where they could serve best. She actually, you know, she didn't act as a liaison between me and the rest of the group.
You also mentioned to me in your childhood about people being hung next door to your house. 10 people being hung.
Oh, that was not childhood. That was that was one of the first executions that I saw. That was terrible. That was what I said, that with the ego sim came after things like that. I wouldn't have backed up. Basically, I don't know if I backed up. My ability to act got arrested. I just couldn't do what they asked me to do. What happened was that I was from my house in Warsaw to the school, I was going kind of the same route. And I was very familiar with that area. And basically during the war you learned to pay attention whether people were going on a street, whether the street was getting empty, whether people were all crossing the street, whether they were turning back and going into side streets. Well, for some reason, being in a very familiar place, I wasn't paying attention. And by the time I noticed that there was something ahead of me, there were already Germans with guns poking you to walk on the streets. And you were supposed to go along the street, and the Germans kept telling you, look right. Well, what was right? I forgot whether it was 10 or a dozen, but anyway, people that were hung almost at your level, just so their feet didn't, 6 inches, 12 inches of the ground, which the Germans regularly, it was part of the terror tactics, grab. If some German got killed on the streets, they would grab the next 10 people and hang them, and left them hanging, and force people to go by and walk. And if you were unlucky, you could see your relative hanging there. Now, people hanging, especially Germans, were not exactly kind about hanging, are not very good to look at, because they were not making it easy on them. So it was very shattering. And the Germans poked you enough with their guns to force you to look. That was the first time I saw that street. Later on it became, they would shoot people with machine gun, just one machine gun, and just leave them there, and people were forced to walk by and look. That was part of their terror, because they never could really manage Warsaw. I don't think Germans ever felt secure in Warsaw. They just, when they get separated from their other group, or they got killed. They would find a dead German minus weapons, minus papers, sometimes even minus uniform, dead on the street.
When we left off in the last part, the second part of the interview, you had just gotten out of jail in Copenhagen.
Yes.
And you were being sent cigarettes, cartons of cigarettes.
Oh, yeah. Well, after the war, during the war, cigarettes were gold, money, bartering, you know. Especially the people that threw things from parachute, among other things, through cigarettes. And they were used as bribes, as exchange medium, as, you know, there wasn't. Now what Poles will do with cigarettes during the war, they wouldn't take a British cigarette and just smoke it. They will get some of the homegrown leaves, whatever they were. If they were lucky, there was tobacco plant. If they were not lucky, it was cherry leaves or whatever. Even carrots shaved. And they would dribble a little tobacco and roll that, and that would be a cigarette. There's a little tobacco out of it. One cigarette would make probably about 20 of those funny dabs. Whatever they could scramble to smoke. Now, after the war, although the British came with a great deal of supplies, there still was shortage of cigarettes. And smokers are very desperate without cigarettes. So you had 2-3 boxes, cartons of cigarettes. You could buy the most expensive Leica camera. You could get whatever, you know, you wanted for it. You gave your butcher a pack of cigarettes. You were good for the next month getting some meat under the counter. And they were used as an exchange medium. And they were very, very valuable. And so one of the things that I had this 500 plus Polish prisoners of war who had 2 uniforms, winter coats, and their sergeant decided that in winter going without winter coats, this was being out of uniform. So no matter what the person's size, 2 prisoners got the coats and one left for 2 hours. They came back, they took off the coats, another 2, and those coats were the only way those poor guys, because of the sergeant that was training them, keeping them, you know, line. So I demanded from London uniforms, coats, and a lot of cigarettes for those poor guys. They were giving 5 kronas. At that time, krona was about $1. I would think of the exchange. 5 kronas were less than $1. I think dollar was 7-8 kronas. So can you imagine what they could accomplish? So getting them coats and uniforms and getting them cigarettes gave them powers. Those guys have been in prison. Facts of life are facts of life. Those guys were prisoners of war, come for years. So they wanted girlfriends. Well, the cigarettes bought them everything. Food, girlfriends, booze, even if they wanted to, everything. That's why I wanted the Polish ships to deliver the cigarettes and the uniforms. Later on, they started delivering boxes of liquor and, you know, soaps, chewing gum, candy, you know, big crates of it. And so the Polish prisoners, they were soldiers that were all war prisoner of wars in a camp in Germany. and they were very well off.
Could you tell us more?
Did I tell you about Spider? That is a story that has to do with the prisoners of war camp. Major No was my boss in Allied military mission after the war. Discovered that I could get and do things which he couldn't, partly because his uniform and being the Polish representative, partly because he wasn't a young woman, partly because he didn't speak Danish. He spoke French, English, German fluently, some Italian, but Danish he didn't speak. So we had a chief of police at that time in Denmark who spoke a little German, but he really, to communicate with him, had to speak Danish to him. And there were other people, Red Cross people and so on. And he noticed that I had a very direct approach. I would waltz up to the guy and I would say, I need this, in my broken English or Danish or whatever. They would give it to me. So he started using me. And we had in the prisoners of war camp, you know, the ex-prisoners, the Polish soldiers, a gentleman named Spider. His last name was Polish, Pająk, but it was translates to Spider. And I think he's probably dead by now, so anyway, if they won't prosecute me, they're welcome to it. Spider had a brother who was a butcher in Chicago and was making fantastic money. And he found him through Red Cross, through hell. He found him in Denmark. And he says, I want him, he has to come to me, he can join my business. I have a job for him, I have a house for him. I even find him a wife, you know, let him go. Well, Major Nord dictated a letter to me. I wrote a letter to the Polish headquarters in England. And the answer we get from, this is how practical army is. This guy is still on the 2 coats in a prisoner of war camp, you know, no cigarettes. We write that we would like them to. Oh, we first went to American embassy, and American embassy said, yes, we can give him a visa, but he has demobilization papers. As long as in the army, he ain't coming. Polish army is not going to occupy America, no way. Polish army is not entering America. He has to be a civilian. And the people in American embassy, that's it. No more conversation. You know, they were very arbitrary. That's it. So we write to London that we need Spider to get his demobilization paper. We get an answer. I didn't think I'm going to believe it. We looked at each other with Major No. I said that the unit that is going to plan how to demobilize Polish soldiers, actually separate Polish soldiers from their army things, they're going to form the commission that is going to make the rules, hasn't been formed yet. So we are about 3 stages before there even is a commission. That's good for 2 years. In the meantime, Spider is sitting in the camp. So Major looked at me, I think he swore, and he said, Miss Yasha? I said, I know. We are demobilizing spider. Okay, I will help. And you asked me what I did. One of the things I did during the underground, I helped make papers for people, force papers. And how you copy it, how you create a new person. So I said, okay, I will go. And I started walking through the Allied military mission. And I walked in one office, and there was a beautiful piece of paper, almost parchment, beautiful piece with some signs on it. And then I went to another office, and there was, I said, oh, that's pretty, and I took it. What do you want with it? I said, souvenir. So then I went to another office, and there was the first Royal Witch Company. There were some outfit that were parachutes, and they were so badly killed during the war that actually they got disbanded about that time, very shortly afterwards, because there were so few left that they didn't have anything to build with. But they had fantastic insignia. There was a very cute girl with long hair on a broom. They had stamps and things. So I slapped a couple of stamps. I said, that's very pretty. On that piece of paper, slapped it in the proper places. They laughed, chatted with me. And then I went to another office, looked at something else, got another stamp on the bottom, and went to Major Hall, in which he gave me the language, and I filled it in. And we said that herewith the Polish government in exile and the army is releasing Private Spider out of he's honorably discharged, because they needed honorable discharge. And after which Major said, ladies first. I said, no, you are chief liaison officer. So he signed illegible, then I signed illegible. Then I folded it a few times. Then I said, wait a minute, put it on the floor. Got it a little dirty and wrapped, folded it again. I said, okay. And we told Spider that his demobilization papers were ready. He went, got his visa, went to Chicago, and lived, I hope, happily ever after with his butcher brother. Now, how stupid can you get? I mean, there is a limit after all. This is basically what even Major Knoll recognized, that there is a limit to army stupidity.
Can we go back to when we finished the second part of the interview? You to continue your story about how you came to the United States. You were doing this work. You mentioned that the underground approached you to work after the war, and
yes,
threatened you about.
Oh, that was a mess. There is a lot to be said what happened to me after the war. When I had, while the spying was going on, there were also, now Denmark was not quite 5 million people, the whole country. And they got between 500,000 and 1 million refugees. That was when the Russians were entering Germany, and Germany was terribly bombed. Berlin and Dresden and everything was destroyed. a wave of people came, and that was everything. That were people from concentration camp, forced labor people, Germans, assessment, hiding, Gestapo, hiding, you name it. All of it came as a wave into Denmark. The Polish prisoners of war, people from concentration camps, and they got divided, and the liaison officers became kind of unofficial representative of the government. The Polish liaison officer became what basically was a Polish legate to Denmark. French for French, Belgian for Belgian, Czechoslovakian, you know, we even had Russian liaison officers, which were not hysterically popular. Remember, we still have Stalin. So the Russians, the Danes did something very smart. They told the Russians, only Russians in the beginning, they knew that the Russians are going to spirit their citizens so they don't see how the rest of the world lives. The wealth, the freedom, the lack of worry about police. So Danes were allowed to take Russian refugees home. Well, the Russians hated it. They promptly came with warships and started loading everybody and taking them back to Russia, so they don't get corrupted. Then the Russians got away. Now you have to remember, Denmark is under pressure because the Russians are sitting on Bornholm, the occupying part of, which was a very sore point with the Danes, because they were basically neutral in the beginning of the war, like Sweden. Then they got occupied by the Germans. They never cooperate with the Germans. So the Russian coming in and occupying a so-called allied and occupying their island and acting like they own it, that was a slap in the face. Danes were furious. I mean, the king objected, you know, and there were a lot of trouble with it. So eventually the Russians got taken away, but my Poles were suffering. There were people that were sick, there were children. The Danes had no room for 1 million, you know, tiny little country, less than 5 million refugees. There wasn't where to put them. So what they did, they closed all the schools. And the Red Cross put the refugees on a floor, on mattresses, because schools usually have a gym. They had some showers. They put extra showers there, you know, portable showers. And they put them all in the schools. Schools were closed. Then children didn't have schools. Nobody liked it, but there was no other buildings available for an extra 1 million of people. There were enough schools. They were run by Red Cross. They had kitchens and they cooked them and they gave them the $5 a week and they sent doctors. But the conditions were deplorable. And the refugees started complaining to me. Well, as I told you, I have an ability of getting myself in trouble. So I in Denmark, in jail, I met anybody that was anybody. The ministers, the editors, you know, everybody that was writers, they were all in jail. Among other people, I decided to ask them to help me with my refugees. I felt that keeping those, even with the $5 in those camps, and it's true that the Danes struggled with the medical help. The resources, Red Cross and everything were, you know, stretched to the limit. But still, they were unhappy. So I started going to people I knew, either from jail or from wherever, and I said, help me. Now, the people that knew me, I raised an awful lot of trouble. I mean, I went to a vice minister, I went to Red Cross, I went to newspaper people. I even had made friends with the top chess player, chess master of Denmark, who was very, Danes very revered him because he won international chess, you know, European chess prizes and so on. Beat the Russians. That was the best thing. And I was saying, come with me to the camp and see how those people live. So I really shook them up because they didn't, you know, Danes have faith in their government, in the Red Cross. So they said Red Cross is taking care of the refugees. When they came and they saw 1/4 of this room and 2 mattresses and 5 people, family living on those 2 mattresses and all their belongings, you know, pile around them, even though they were fed 3 times a day, even though they got $5 a week. But when they saw what it was in practice, that they had to stand in line to go to the bathroom, they had to stand in line to take a shower in a, you know, boys' gym or girls' gym, that shook them up. And I created so much noise that one day when I was home alone, a gentleman came to my door and asked me if I was me, so to speak, my name and thing. And didn't really, it was a very difficult conversation because he said, now in my efforts, I stumbled on the chief intelligence officer of the American embassy. It was just one guy and he wanted to talk to me, so I talked to him and got his cooperation. I stumbled on the French intelligence officer. I stumbled on one Dane who was very highly in the Danish intelligence. Just by sheer, you know, hit and miss, I was talking to anybody who would talk to me. So this Polish gentleman was a strange one. I said, who are you? He says, well, I'm really a Pole from Sweden. And we started talking and talking. And he wanted to know what I was doing, what was the idea, who put me up to it. Because I didn't know whether I am a communist provocation or what, you know. This noise I created was disturbing. And I was stumbling on very delicate issue by hitting people from intelligence. Well, basically the whole Allied military mission was riddled with intelligence, so it wasn't that difficult. If they came to think of it, they could figure it out. Those were my buddies from the Allied military mission. The fact that they later became the military liaison in French embassy or in American embassy, that was beside the point. I met them first, you know, through my thing. And finally he came out with it. He kind of checked my credential because he started to ask what made me do it. I explained to him that I perfectly willing to take him to a Polish camp, which I didn't know he was already there many times. Show him the conditions they are in, and I'm not going to allow it. I happen to know a few people. I'm going to change something has to be done about those people. So he finally admitted that he was directed from London, that he basically was in Sweden, but he was right now directing the intelligence for Polish government from London in Denmark. Then, short while later, I ran into another guy. He was very, very high in the Danish intelligence. Then I ran into that American guy, which was very strange because the Danes didn't like that a Danish citizen work for American intelligence in Denmark. They really were very suspicious of him. And basically what the Danes wanted to know from me, how come that I got connected? By the way, that guy was charming. He was very good looking. He spoke many languages. He was son of an incredibly wealthy shipowner family. And socially he was just, I mean, we usually met for a drink someplace. And having a drink with him was sheer pleasure. He was so charming. So they wanted to know what the hell was going on, you know, what am I doing with this guy. Then there was another person that was also, he was somebody in a special branch of police, and I got him involved with my refugees. So that I created a monster. You know, I was messing with things I had no business of being involved at all. And they wanted, basically the Poles wanted me to work for London. The Americans wanted me to work for the Poles that work for America. The Danes didn't want me to work at all. The French didn't care, you know, pretty girl, why not, as long as she has fun, you know. And that was about the story of. So I told you I had an ability of getting myself into trouble. There was a very funny, you know, the very first story that happened to me when the Germans were withdrawing from Denmark. And they kept us in prison longer than they had to as hostages. But during that time, that was the very first day, they did it not at night, but they did it in the daytime. London sent 2 parachutists with a jeep and a driver and several cans of gasoline by parachute to Denmark. They all landed in Jutland, so there are empty places there. And they did it with the French, the Belgians, the Czechoslovakians, the Poles, the Russians, everybody got down. And they were the first liaisons, basically. Now, those guys were specialists in sabotaging ships, sabotaging railroads, kidnapping Germans, parachuting and taking for one night a town over and executing who needed execution and then getting out of there. They were not diplomats. They were not politicians. The Polish group was Lieutenant Wiktor Sikorski and to my house to pick me up, and there are no cars on the street because nobody has gasoline except military, and we were driving to the refugee camps, setting a table and interviewing all the refugees. On one of the mornings, Sikorski and Lewandowski had I was sitting next to the driver, which was a Warsaw smart Alec type, streetwise, and they were sitting on the gasoline cans in the back, and they got into an argument, and they were arguing, we're not doing it, especially Sikorski was getting very irritated. We're not doing that right. We are not sure that they're really Polish. So finally he exploded, said, the whole thing you can stick in your arse. And I pretended I didn't hear it. I saw Lewandowski poking him. They were in London, in France. They had not much contact with Polish women. So they completely forgot that I could speak Polish in their anger. So Sikorski got very embarrassed, very red in the face, and stammering said, oh God, what was the last thing I said? And the driver suddenly came to life. Sir, the last thing you said, sir, was us, sir. Now at this point, my composure completely dissolved. I burst out laughing. I mean, that I couldn't pretend I didn't hear. So there were funny situations. We kept finding occasional German pretending, or even assessment pretending that he was poor Polish refugee or Ukrainian or something. But basically, the Danes I can't blame the Danes, because they did absolutely the best they could. They were a small country. They were already occupied by the Germans. The Germans were stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. So they were also in trouble. They did the best they could. They closed their schools and tried to keep the people fed and washed and hoping that something will dissolve. Eventually, America said they will take certain number of refugees. Australia, New Zealand, Canada a lot. Canada took a lot of our refugees. The most difficult places to get to was England. They had the whole Polish army and the Czechoslovaks and the French, and they were already overloaded with ex-soldiers and refugees, so they were the very difficult things to come.
So how long were you in Copenhagen?
I was 1940, 3+ years.
From 1944 to 1947?
Yeah, just the last part of 46, I think. Yeah, 46. Just about 2+, 3 years. My brother came from London. I had a funny thing happening to me with my brother. My English was very poor, so when I had to type any papers in English, I made a lot of mistakes. So I usually, also when I was interrupted, I had trouble with it. So what I did is after 5 o'clock, when everybody left, I would very quietly get my dictionary in case I had some question about how to spell it, and type my English letters. And sitting in the Allied military mission, the first thing that happened was that I coughed a lot because I had TB. And the British soldiers that were manning the telegraph, the telephone, and at night would bring me a cup of tea spiked with whiskey. So it is good for your cough. And they were very upset that I was coughing. And I sat there one night and I noticed that the commanding British brigadier's subaltern was there in the office. And I heard him laughing and talking on the phone and being very friendly. So I got curious at whom you talk to. And he said, my wife. I said, where is she? I said, she came to visit you in Denmark. No, she's in London. So I said, you talk to her now? And there was no communications. We were allowed to send through the Red Cross one telegram to my brother that we both were alive, that my mother and I survived the war. There was no letters because they were still have Germans running loose, and there was, a lot of hanky-panky going on, so there was no communication. So I said, you talk to her? Yeah. He said, you see this? This is a direct line. I push this button, and then I say the number, and when I push this button, I'm directly connected to London things. So, that was something. So I said, I have a brother in London. I haven't talked to him since 1945. He said, go ahead. I said, no, I can't do it. He said, why? I said, my mother will be very upset. Oh, you have a Maya? I said, can I bring my mother tomorrow? That was the biggest mistake I made. So she said, yeah, bring your mother, we'll talk to your brother. So next night I told my mother to show up before 5 in the office. We sat, we waited, the guy came. I took my mother to the brigadier's office. He put London, I gave him on a piece of paper my brother's numbers. There was my brother's wife answered the phone. I asked her to speak to Tony. Strangely enough, she never talked to me before. She knew that it was me. I don't know what, because there was no communication, but she knew it was me, so she called him to the phone, and we talked in Polish. And then my mother got on the phone, and this was my undoing. Mother got emotional and started crying. And while she was on the phone, a voice cut in, said, "What language are you speaking? Is it Russian?" At that time, you know, Russians were the bad guys. So I took the phone, I said, "No, I'm speaking Polish." They said, "Okay," and you know. And that was it. But I knew that that's going to be reported. So I was talking Polish, and Brigadier obviously didn't speak Polish, so I was in trouble. So next morning, the first person I had to face was Major No. I saw the guy will splatter himself on the sea. I never seen anybody so mad. He was petrified. Now I did something wrong, and that reflected on the Polish liaison and him, and as far as he was concerned, Polish Madonna and the whole Polish nation. You know, he said, "I don't know what to do with you. You go to the brigadier and you make an appointment there and talk to him." So I said, "Okay." I called up, and he had a woman captain. She was very nice. And I said, I'm under orders from my liaison officer to report here. It's something I did, I have to she says, "Tell me." So I told her. I said, "I haven't spoken to my brother since 1939. This is 1945. And I couldn't resist it. The strangest thing was, I think the minute I said what I did, she didn't ask me how did I know. I think the minute I said it, she knew that the guy that was the Batman to the general was talking to his family. Because she never asked me how did I know what line and how to connect, and that was a direct line. She never did. So I think she had it cold right from the beginning. She wasn't stupid. She wasn't the general's, you know, private person keeping all his secrets. And she smiled and she said, "Okay, we'll let you talk to the general." I don't know what she told him, but then when I came in, he was very nice. And he said, "Well, I shouldn't have done it, but since 1939, I said, "Yes, my brother in September 1939 walked through Romania, through Greece, through landed. He's now teaching in Imperial College." "Oh, Imperial College, yeah. And he said, "Oh, okay, I think we can survive one phone call." But I wouldn't make a practice out of it. So, end of that was the first and last conversation till the communication got unblocked.
So when did you leave Copenhagen? And how did you do that?
How did I do it? Well, very shortly after the war ended, the extent of the disaster that happened to my mother, she realized what happened. She lost her money, she lost everything that my father left her. The factories, the business, the savings account, the house, the furniture. We had very beautiful furniture and paintings and art glass, bronzes, all that was gone. Very little. The only little bit that was saved when, in the middle of the war, when Denmark got invaded by the Germans and couldn't claim being neutral anymore, my uncle decided that it wasn't safe for my aunt and my cousin to stay in Warsaw. So she packed the whole family up. The Germans gave them a train, a car. He loaded their furniture and everything they own, got sealed, and it was going to go directly with the Danish embassy seal through Germany to Copenhagen, his consul's personal belongings. But he only filled half a railroad car. My mother had a very clever idea. She said, I don't know if Tony will survive the war. I don't know if Yasha will survive the war. I don't know if I survive the war. You take all our paintings and rugs and bronzes and stuff. Load the rest of the car, get it out of here. If we survive the war, you'll give it back. If we don't survive, it's all yours. At least the Germans won't. If it stays here, the Germans will get it. If the Germans won't get it, the Russians will get it. So let's get it out of here. So they did. They filled the second half of the car with the possessions belonging to my mother, and it left for Denmark. And it survived in Denmark. My aunt had probably the most beautiful and best furnished home in the whole Denmark, but it survived. Then my aunt died, then my uncle died, then my mother died. We loaded it all in a railroad car, my brother and I, and we brought it here. Most of it went to my brother, because there was a little money. So my brother decided that I needed the money more, so he gave me all the money, cash. He didn't need cash. But I insisted that he takes the lion's share of the bronzes, the rugs, the art glass, silver, antique things. And that way I didn't feel that, I was hogging it all. So he got more of the... He has a larger house. He lives on a much higher level than I do. That was fitting. And I needed the cash more because having children and everything, that's how we divided it.
You said that your brother yanked you out of Denmark.
Yes, when I was... Well, my brother is a scientist, and that is his specialty. Human relationships ain't. Consideration, he doesn't know what you're talking about. First thing he did when he got to Denmark very early, when there was still no civilian travel. The only people that traveled had military transport. I don't know if you realize that when the war ended in Germany, there was a race between the Russians, the Americans, the British, the French, even the Germans, grabbing the scientists, especially the ones that did atom bomb, and especially the ones that did V2 and JANINA glass and all those things. the Russians were doing it whether the people involved wanted it or not. The British, the French, the Germans, the Swiss even, they were bribing people. They were saying, we give you a professorship, we give you house, we give you so much money, we get your family out from behind. It was very big. Come on for scientists. We will get your wife and your children out from behind. Our intelligence will spirit them out and so on. And my brother happened to be the only person that knew what V2 was. How he fell into it was rather funny. He worked as an associate professor in Imperial College in London. He was a very brilliant scientist. And he was called on a conference where everybody there was actually his senior. And they said, here the British intelligence brought us some of those funny equations and funny things. We don't know what it is, but it's very important because the whole German intelligence and the counterintelligence and everybody was after it, and they were killing everybody to get it back. The agents that got it and that knew what it was got killed, but he managed to pass it on. And we have it, but we don't know what it is because he's dead. Now the professor looked at it and said, no, doesn't make any sense. They tried to figure out the equation, doesn't make any sense. My brother looked at it and said, there may be something in it. Why don't you guys let me look at it? I think I see something. So they said, go ahead. Nobody was interested. My brother started working on it and found himself, by the time the war ended, he was the only guy in England that knew what the V2, the jet propulsion engine was, and had some sense about it. So when the war ended, now he was in the Polish army, my brother was bombardier. The British yanked him out of the Polish army and made him a wing commander, gave him equivalent rank wing commander so he could travel and command transport and get into decent hotels and not be slowed down by some stupid people, and sent him to Germany to grab some scientists. When he got to Germany, he figured out that on a weekend he could go and see his sister and his mother. So he came to see us. And he, right from the bat, told me something very strange. He said that our mother thinks that he missed her all the war, but he really didn't. He really missed me, and that he's not going back to London unless I have to go back with him. Well, I wasn't interested because the refugees were gone. There were very few left. They were going very rapidly to Australia, Canada, and whoever will take them, America, wherever they could get to. So my job was ending. However, the friends I made it possible for me to get a part-time job, which was actually a union job. So they had to approach the union, explain my circumstances, and get the union to accept me as a part-time worker, because you couldn't work in a factory if you were not a union member. And the job would pay me enough part-time so I could go to college and study. They also got the college to accept me. By then my Danish was getting better, and they were going to waive the entrance examination, and they were going to work with me if I needed makeup and Danish, whatever holes I had from the point of view of Danish requirements. They were going to help me out so I could go to college and study. So I wasn't at all interested with that deal. I wasn't at all. I was very much at home in Denmark. I also had a friend, young man, that was very much wanted to marry me, and I was considering it seriously. By the way, he was the boss of that operation getting me out of Denmark to Sweden that fizzled out. So he didn't really do so well. But he was introducing me to his mother and his family, his brother, his sister-in-law, his cousins, and I just wasn't interested. I spoke fluent Danish by then. I liked the Danes. I wasn't going anyplace. But my brother got absolutely hysterical. He couldn't live anymore without his family. He spent the entire war visualizing us murdered by the Germans in concentration camps, you know. This, towards the end of the war especially, they're really working, because why the British never, you know, people risk their lives to get the information about gas chambers, concentration camps, all the atrocities to London and to America. Why they sat on it? They were for political reasons. I don't understand. Because many people got killed getting that, films and interviews and information. It didn't get out. The governments knew, but did you see anything in the papers? Nothing. You know, everybody in Ireland waited that sooner or later is going, towards the very last few weeks practically before the end of the war, they started talking about concentration camps and what the Germans were doing. And yet all that information was sent as soon as the underground could get it. So my brother, towards the end of the war, really got himself into total hysterics. He's a very explosive, excitable person, you know. And he said, next time he comes, I'm going back. He was at that time already teaching in Imperial. He was associate professor in Imperial College. He had this great project with his V2 engine, and he said he's coming next time, he's going to take me to... In the meantime, my mother got so upset about the misery she found herself after war and losing everything and not having a Poland to go back to, living as a refugee, that she had a stroke. Now, some of my good deeds for the refugees paid off, because I made, while I was working with the refugees, I made friends with Dr. Esther Amundsen. She was at that time the head of the Danish Red Cross, the head of the organization, Red Barnet means the Children Rescue. She was a head of a big hospital, the biggest Blinddarm hospital in Copenhagen, which is the biggest contagious disease hospital in Denmark. She was a remarkable woman. She was a daughter of a Danish church bishop. Fantastic, very intelligent. She was a hunchback. You know, she was tiny and she had very intelligent, excellent doctor. And the Danish government and everybody took very careful, thing. So when my mother got the stroke, I tried to get her to hospital. They were laughing at me because they had people lying outside on the street. The hospitals were totally, they couldn't take people fast enough. I couldn't get even a doctor to come to the house. My mother is furious. She's lying in a bed in a little room we rented, and I don't know what to do. At that time, my aunt and uncle, I think they went to Sweden or someplace, and they were not there. Their doctor didn't want to help me. Nobody wants. So finally, when I didn't know how to care of paralyzed person. She couldn't even communicate with me. So finally, in desperation, I phoned Dr. Esther Amundsen, and I asked her if she could please help me, and she got out of me what was the matter. Now, she did see me in action in those refugee camps and everything. And you know what that woman said? One of the busiest at that time women in Copenhagen. I would be there before an hour. And she came to that little room with an ambulance, got my mother loaded in an ambulance and took her to her hospital. Now, because my mother didn't have any contagious diseases, she couldn't mix with the other people. So there was a little building all by itself. And she put my mother there and gave her 3 nurses every 8 hours, 1 nurse. And she kept her in the hospital. But after a while, first of all, my mother needed peace. See, maybe the stroke will, but it didn't. Then after a while she needed specialists in her problems, and she said, I got in touch and got your mother into another place. Whom did she get my mother with? The Danish king's personal physician, who was the head of the biggest cardiac diseases hospital. And she said, my mother was furious. She liked her little private pavilion and 3 personal nurses with nobody to carry me. Special attention, the exceptional, that was exactly what my mother wanted, so she didn't want to go. But Dr. Amundsen said she couldn't help her anymore. She had to go and get where they knew how to treat her problems. Well, my mother got transferred, and she didn't realize it, but she really came from good situation to much better. Because the doctor developed liking. My mother was, she went to a finishing school for My brother used to make dirty remarks about my mother going to a finishing school in Switzerland. He said, Mother went to Switzerland and they finished. But she did, and she learned how to arrange flowers, how to play that music. She didn't have an ear, so it was very good. But she learned to speak. Besides speaking already Russian and Polish, she learned to speak French, English, German, and Italian. And of course, how to direct servants, and how to order things, and how to receive royalty and few other minor things like that. Well, she got to that hospital and she got a special room and she got treated like a queen. And the king's doctor, that was exactly what she needed. Special attention from king's doctor. That was what should happen to her. They became a great friends. And he used to come and I saw it a couple of times. He would walk in the room and say, Professor Warburg will say to Mother, come on, you old witch, get dressed, you're coming home to dinner with me. And he would go outside and nurses will dress Mother, and he had a limousine and drive her home, and she would have dinner with his wife and him. And he really liked her and spoiled her rotten. I mean, any normal treatment after that was out of the question. Then when Professor Warburg retired and shortly afterwards died, my mother gets inherited by his assistant, Professor Tibie Hansen. And he was again internationally famous doctor. He treated the royal family. He was invited to America. He organized the health. In Denmark did something very brilliant, which is only possible in a country that's the size of a medium-sized state in America. They put the entire population on computer, everybody. Whether they belong to anything or not, everybody got put on a computer. Professor Tibie Hansen used to come to America. He bought the IBM biggest computer for that. And he used to come here and was received like, head of state. When he came to San Francisco, he was given an apartment at the Danish embassy. He took Mother over, and I remember having dinner with him, and I said, do you know who got you in that trouble? And he said, no. I said, you got that from Professor Warburg. You inherited Mother from him. So if you want to be mad at anybody, don't look at me, get mad if you're the doctor before you. But life with Mother was, although she was very well taken care in hospital, my mother had tremendous demands for me, and no matter what I did. That was true for most of my life. The old-fashioned European boys were perfect. Daughters, forget it. Everything my brother did, which he did well. He was a very good student, and, I was on the way down the list there. So she was very hard on me, and my brother saw it, and he came, his end of the summer, his lecture in Imperial College were starting in week 10 days. And he came to Copenhagen and said, pack up, you're going to England with me. I got visa, I got everything. It was a lot of trouble, but because England wasn't taking any more refugees, they could help. But he applied pressure, and they really wanted him. I mean, he was a top expert on the engine, jet engine they had. So they were cooperating and said, pack up, we're going. I said, I'm not going. So he said, I'm not going either. My mother talked to me, and my uncle talked to me, and my aunt talked to me, and he talked to me. And I went about, I was going to quit work in Allied military mission, and I was going to go to college, and I was going to take the part-time job in a factory that would give me enough money. I didn't need anybody, I had it all arranged, work out. That's where I was going. 2 weeks passed, the lecture started. I said, you lose your job. So he said, I lose my job, I'm not going without you. My mother at that time had hysterics. You know, her blood pressure shot up, the doctor didn't know what to do with her. And I was... Finally I broke down. I don't know how late, I think 2 or 3 weeks into the school year, he missed lectures. Finally I said, oh, pack up and go. And you know what, this was very strange. When I left Poland, I shed a few tears. And I was wrong, because I thought I'd never see Poland again. Something, you know, I didn't see for 20 years, but I did see Poland. But when I was leaving Denmark, I was sitting in the train and crying, because it wasn't like Poland, my country, you know, but I was saying goodbye to my way of life. I knew that I'm yanked of situation where I was comfortable, where I knew what to do, where I knew people, where there were people that were devoted to me, or at least respected me. And they knew who I was. There were a lot of people that I did favors to, help them if I could, and I was going unknown, and I felt very, knowing my brother being absent-minded scientist, I had a feeling that I'd going to work, and it didn't. Because once he installed me in London, he dove into his work and has his own life, and I was very, very lonely in England. Very, very lonely.
You were with your mother?
No, my mother stayed in hospital.
She stayed in Denmark?
She wasn't. She was paralyzed and not able. Basically, she couldn't exist outside the hospital.
So what did you do in London?
First I went to a college. I was miserable there. It was a college for children of like foreign diplomatic personnel, that were children that needed to go to school, but they didn't speak English well. So basically they took a little math, a little English literature. Basically they were teaching you to be able to pass your exams and communicate in English. However, right off the bat, there were two the two, I think two other Polish people, especially one girl that I got to be friends with. And for some reason, right of my English, although I could speak German and Danish and Polish, my English just wasn't enough. And there was an old woman, Mrs. Murphy, hope she still burns in hell, who took a violent dislike to me. Violent. And she was asking me to do it on a level of people that spoke 10 times better English than I did, and then she was ridiculing me. And I didn't speak well enough English to answer her. So I just stood there and didn't say anything. But I was boiling. And she created really hell for me in that class. The only friend I had was another Polish girl that saw what was happening. She was trying to help me. Her English was much better than mine. And I was really stuck there and very unhappy. And that old Murphy was having fun, and you know, British can be very cruel if they get on the British horse, especially in England. Very cruel. And I had terrible time. So I didn't really want to go there anymore. And she just about single-handed lost my desire to go to college, you know, and do anything. Finally, one day, I walked out of there and I said, go to hell, all of you. Now, the worst thing was that she made it appear that I am a beggar living off the Queen's bounty, which was the worst misinformation, because when in 1939, when the war broke out, Poland did something absolutely brilliant. Who was so smart, I don't know, but whoever it was, they took all the Polish gold from the Bank of Poland, from the vaults, loaded it in submarines, and took it to England. All of it, every scrap, every ounce. So when the Germans came, they wanted gold to pay for the weapons. It was empty, gone. And they didn't even know how it got out, because it got very quietly on submarines and was in English bank by then. The result of it was that every scholarship in England given to any Pole was paid by the Polish gold. The British kept very strict accounting. They had a Polish student with a scholarship in England. By the end of a year, they got paid in Polish gold. And so did the people that were on welfare, so did many of the army supporting organizations and Polish clubs, you know, whatever. So this Murphy, making fun of me in front of international, because the children that were, and young people that were in that class were daughters and sons of the Swiss envoy, Italian envoy, you know, it was wrong, and she should have been censored by, and I remember the director of the school, which I had to speak to him in German because I didn't speak enough English. Thanks God he spoke German. Murphy didn't, of course. asked me what was wrong. And I told him, well, British are British. He took her, he knew what was wrong. And he knew I was right, but he couldn't say it. At least he felt he couldn't say it. So I didn't get any satisfaction out of that conversation. And one day I said, take your school, take your scholarship, all of you. And I have to tell you about Major Trojanowska, because otherwise you would not understand. When I was in Copenhagen, every time Major Knoll had a problem, he called me. Well, one of the days I heard him being rather hysterical about that I am to come to his office. I went there, and there was a very big, stocky woman in Polish uniform with the patches of transport. And her name was Major Trojanowska. And she was the head of all the military drivers and all the transport attached to the military for the Polish army. There was some lady general that sat on a desk, but she was the one that put it together thing. She could rebuild a jeep in the dark. She could do anything. She looked like two men put together. And I think Major Knoll was scared of her, frankly. I think she was more than, he was a major, she was a major, he couldn't pull rank on her. And she was much tougher than he was. He was, before the war, vice director of Foreign Office, drinking cocktails with ladies, speaking languages, charming foreign. She was a tough person. And he said that Major Trojanowska is going to be in Copenhagen, and I'm going to escort her, I'm going to help her out, and don't show up in the office. Just basically what he told me, which she didn't realize. No matter what you do, keep her out of here. Take her and she's yours, but she's not to be here, So I left with her, and she was there for an hour, then she talked for another half an hour with me. I came out, and there is again a jeep. Two very pretty young women in about 20, maybe 20 on the outside. Soldiers jumped up on attention, They came with her. And she said, I asked her if she wanted lunch. Yes. We went to a restaurant. I was trying to get the girls in, and she, before I could say anything, I'll be out in an hour, you better be here. So the girls sat there. I said, what are they eating? They have their K rations. I'm sitting in a best restaurant in Copenhagen, eating salmon, shrimp, salad, and, desserts. And they are eating K ration outside. So the first thing I told Major Trojanowski, I said, there is too much traffic in Copenhagen. We'll never get anything. Let's park the jeep, because we can't get, I said, the streets are too narrow. We'll never get. If we need something, we'll take a taxi or a streetcar, but no jeep. There's too much trouble. And I especially took her shopping to a place where she had snowball chance in hell of parking. After she went 15 times around the block, she was convinced. There was parking, but I didn't tell her about it. We had to go side street, but... So I phoned my cousin, And he and his Danish cousin, I said, there are those two Polish girls going to be a couple of days here. Why don't you, my Danish cousin that was raised in Poland could speak Polish, said, why don't you take them out? And Ole was his Danish cousin. You and Ole take them out, take her to Tivoli, take her to... Then I said, do something. I feel very sorry for them. I will keep the old dragon, I said. But why should they sit in a hotel? Well, you know. So, or having that organized, I devoted myself to Maja Trojanowska. And she was horrible. She was telling me that she should get me a uniform and she would take me into her transport company. And I was saying, oh, that is very interesting. Well, but right now I have a job, I'm committed, you know, can't leave here. They won't let me go, you know. But I think, oh, no way, you are not me. And at about the same time, couple of months before, Major Knorr had this brilliant idea that he would get me a uniform because I was a lieutenant in the Polish underground army. Now, if there is anything underground hates, is uniform. And anybody that was in underground looks in uniform, that's how you can tell them. Like the worst schlemiel that you have ever seen. They just don't know how to walk straight. Everybody wears their beret at a different angle, you know. Nobody did. I mean, it's no matter how it's described, how you're supposed to wear the uniform, the underground always managed to adjust it to their personal liking. So I wasn't looking forward to the uniform. After my rundown with Major Trojanowska, I said, I demobilized pająk. As of now, I am out of the Polish army. As of this minute, after meeting Major Trojanowski, I am not there. No way. I'm going to cooperate as a civilian, but... So anyway, did you see what women look in battle dress? Battle dress look good on Grigory Peck. Battle dress looks good of, I don't know, but women, the hips don't fit, the front doesn't hit. I mean, it just, you look like a comic cartoon in it. And the better endowed you are and the shapelier you are as a girl, the worse you look in battle. If you flat, front, sideways, any which way, and you build like Grigory Peck, fine. But unless you have the same kind of long legs, no hips, no behind, no nothing, you don't look like anybody. So I wasn't anxious about this uniform anyway, but Major Trojanowski finished it. Well, the more she stayed with me in Copenhagen, the more she warmed up to me coming into the Polish Transportation Corps. And I was saying yes, but I was thinking sooner or later she has to go. I mean, she couldn't possibly stay here forever. So eventually she took her girls and she went back. After I quit my college, I was the same day practically, within a day or the same day, I was walking on Knightsbridge in London. I was thinking, what am I going to do? Suddenly somebody says, hi, Major Trojanowska. How are you, what you doing? I said, nothing. Come and have a cup of coffee. Okay. You bought me lunch in Copenhagen, I buy you something. Okay, I went with her, asked her what she was doing. She was now advanced. There was only one woman that was on top of her. Otherwise, she was the box of the whole shebang, you know. She was very important. And she said, "You were very nice, what I can do for you?" I said, "No, nothing. Basically, I need a job." "Oh, nothing to it, come on." So I went with her. We went to the Egerton place where the Polish Allied forces had their... And she walked me to the colonels, the lady colonel, very good looking, very nice, very elegant woman. And she said, "This is a person that helped me in Copenhagen. I can vote for her. She's very smart. She needs a job." So she said, "Let me see." She looked, make paper for concourse, and she said, you have a job in the Polish liaison office as a clerk. That means, you know, employee, civilian employee, and I can work there. It's better than nothing after, you know, you have nothing to live on. So I started working there. So you see, your good deeds, even in the not voluntary, pay off occasionally in life. Because she immediately, not a question asked. And I said, "I'm looking for a job." She says, "You got a job." She got a job.
So how long did you work there?
Couple of years, maybe 2 years. What happened was the Polish army was shrinking, the Polish refugees were shrinking, the people were being demobilized, and the jobs in the Polish government were shrinking. At that point, my English was pretty good. And one day I was again walking the street of London, and I was thinking, what on earth am I doing? There's no chance of me getting back to Poland. I'm living in London. I'm working in a Polish office. I'm reading a Polish newspaper. I go and eat in a Polish club. I go to a Polish theater. All my friends are Poles. And I'm basically in limbo. I'm not learning much about England. I'm not learning much about anything. I'm just hanging in there. In no place. So I packed my Polish books. I canceled my subscription to the Polish paper. And I went to the British employment, state employment, labor exchange, state employment office. Got myself a job as of all things as a receptionist for a dentist. I didn't know anything about dentists, I didn't know anything about receptionists. The office was very nice, paid very well. Actually, it paid so well. See, in a Polish military office, I was getting £4 a week. This job paid £9 a week. Now, on £4 a week, it was starvation wages. You could barely pay your room and board, and you really had to watch whether you had a cup of tea or took a streetcar. £9 a week, that problem didn't exist. And I went to the job. Next door was a person that worked for a doctor. She was Patsy Kershaw, Australian. Alistair Kershaw was on the Australian Broadcasting Company. He wrote books, very intelligent, very interesting, and his wife worked in the office with me. There were a couple of other intelligent girls. You know, doesn't sound silly, but in America receptionist is nothing. In Britain, on Harley Street, in London, top receptionists that were very sought after jobs. I mean, to that extent that when I went to you had to have a permit to work in England. So I went to the labor exchange so they could stamp that I'm now employed there. They wouldn't do it. They phoned the dentist and they told him that he had to hire a British person. So he tried to argue it with them, and then he said okay, and he said to me to wait a few days. He would get rid of the British requirement, and for 3 days they were sending him girls, and he found something wrong with each of them. Finally he said, so I cannot be without a receptionist, so you have to give her permission because you didn't find me anybody. He had literally forced the issue because it was double of the more than double of the prevailing wage, and they considered that they didn't want foreigners to have that good job. There was also prestige certain to it. So I was arrested from the Polish headquarters through the Polish thing. I found myself, and I just couldn't stay there any longer because the poor Poles were the ones that didn't speak English, they had to stay there and work, and I didn't have to, so I left. Not left some poor person that didn't learn English for a little longer with a job.
So what year was that you left?
Must be 48, maybe 49, end of 48, 49.
Your brother was still there?
Yes, my brother was there. And then when I got to London, when war broke out, I was very much in love with a young Polish person. And he, like my brother, like every healthy young man that could fight the war, left Poland. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to Romania and to England. He got caught by the Russians, and he got sent to forced labor camp near the Arctic Circle in Russia. And was no better than what the Germans did. The only difference between the Russians and the Germans was that the Germans had to get their people disposed of quickly. Burn them, kill them, gas them, dig the hole and dump them. The Russians, having all the space, didn't need to do that. What they did, they sent you up to Siberia, way in the north, and they worked you on practically no food till you drop dead. They sucked the last drop of blood and energy out of you. And you died from exhaustion, lack of, care and food. But they didn't need to execute anybody. They were going. And anyway, when they put you up near the Arctic Circle, digging mines or building roads or processing ore or something, you were going to die anywhere. And if you wanted to run, go ahead, run. the mosquitoes will eat you before you get, you were 3,000, 4,000 miles from the nearest humans. So go ahead, go. They didn't need to use, the same methods. And that's where he was. He was almost starved to death. And he got out with General Anders' army. That was, Americans did that. When Americans signed Lend-Lease agreement with Russia, I don't know who was so brilliant, but the condition of signing Lend-Lease was that any Polish person that the Russians held, no matter whether they were in prison or camp or loose or whatever, if they wanted to sign up for the army and fight the Germans, the Russians were going to have to let them go. Well, the Russians didn't have any weapons, they were starving, they didn't have any money, they had very little choice. They couldn't fight the Germans without Lend-Lease. So they agreed. And America sent some commissions and Red Cross and international Swiss and Swedish and things to supervise that they let people go. He got let out up in the north, starved, sick, dying. He had pellagra. You know what pellagra is? This is a disease you get from hunger, from malnutrition over a long time. It's very dangerous, and once you get it, you just... And he dragged himself all the way south to the Iranian border. That means all across, from Arctic Circle to the very south of Russia. And there, just about at the border, he collapsed, lost his consciousness from exhaustion, from hunger, from insects bites. And the other Poles that were going, they didn't have any energy to lift him. So two of them grabbed him in by one leg and dragged him over the border. And once he was over the border, the Red Cross took him and put him in hospital. And in a room of 30-odd people, there were only 2 that survived. The rest of them died because the disease, once you get that far, it kills you. And he survived. And he joined the Polish army and went to Italy, fought Monte Cassino and everything. He was... I forgot all the other battles, but anyway, he fought many of the big battles down Italy. And the British, among other things, if you were fighting under the British command, you had the right to go to Britain after the war. So he came to Britain and we got married. And my brother was fighting it in the worst way he knew how. He was trying to tell me that he was drinking and he was chasing girl and he was unbalanced. And I, in my very young, I had very little, my experience were how to put a grenade together, or how to booby trap a car, or how to falsify papers, or how to put a gun together. But they were not in life situations So I figured out that I can deal with his drinking and his card playing and his thing, that I can get rid of it, which I did. After we got married, I got rid of it. The only thing that I was too naive to figure out was why so many thousands of other Polish soldiers didn't have those problems. What made him do those things? That the girls and the cards and the drinking and the lack of discipline, that was a symptom. I should have asked myself, not that I can get rid of the symptoms, I should have asked myself what made him do it. What was wrong with him that he wasn't shaping out? I shaped after the war, many other people did, why didn't he? But you see, I had no really civilian life experience, human relationship experience. All my experience were in a dramatic war situation. You know, live or die, black and white. There was nothing gray, nothing in between. So after we had 2 children, it just didn't work. We got divorced. I was alone again.
That was in England? You were married and...
I was married in England. We came to America together. And in America we divorced. He actually, America was the undoing of him. Because for any European, especially in the after-war European poverty, neglect, and recovering from the war, coming to America was a wham over the head. I mean, the size of the country, the wealth of the country, the freedom, do as you want, do what you want, go where you want. In Britain, if I moved from Chelsea Cloisters from one apartment to another, I had to go to a police and they had to stamp. When I got a job, I had to get a stamp. Now that I was an ally in a country to which I was invited to. Here they told me, okay, you are not a citizen, you are a guest in this country. Once a year, on the 15th of January, send us a postcard. You go to the post office, they will give you a postcard and send it to us. That was the total control of me as a foreigner in this country. And they didn't run after the people that didn't send the postcards either. You were in trouble if you committed a criminal act, but if you forgot to send the postcard, nobody came.
What kind of transportation did you take to the United States?
As a soldier being, I had transport guaranteed by the army to where I wanted to go after the war. So I took Queen Mary on a ship and landed in New York. It was an experience. First of all, our trip lasted long because we went very quickly across the ocean, but when we were going to enter New York, there was a big storm and it was too big to let the Queen Mary to go into the port. So they left us outside in the ocean, sitting for a couple of days there. Then eventually I came to the port, and you saw those paintings my uncle did, and my portrait and all that. Well, he came to the boat, and I had my older daughter, and I had a cat. You know, when I was living in England, I had a cat, and I was looking, in England they have millions of cats, and I was looking for a home for the cat, and I couldn't find a home. So the thing was you had to give it to humane society, where the chances were good the cat was grown up, they're going to kill it. So I was in hysterics. So finally I got away. So something, once in a while there is somebody in Britain that does. There was a British social worker, a society lady, and she came to visit me and see if I needed any help. And I said no, I was going to America very soon. My brother is going, I have a brother to join us, and she said, oh, you have a baby, and I said, the problem I have is a cat. And she said, what's the matter with the cat? Well, I can't find anybody to take him, and I'm very upset. So she said, what, can't you take him? I said, you know, when I got off the ship in America, I had $86. So they said, what about? I said, well, I have nobody to, I tried my neighbors. I knew a family that loved the cat, but they don't want the responsibility. They can't find anybody for the cat. So she said, well, what is involved? I said, well, you have to buy a ticket for the cat on an ocean liner. You need a container and thing. And she said, I'm going to cover that right off the bat. That would be my gift to the cat and you. Sure enough, she bought the ticket and she came with a beautiful basket for the cat. And I had to also, she paid to get a visa to America. I had to have a certificate. Now, England at this point for over 20 years didn't have a case of rabies. In order to get the cat to America, I needed a certificate from the vet that the cat was not out of England, any European country, and that was healthy. And that was kind of a passport for the cat. So she paid for the vet, she paid for the basket, and she paid for the thing. And I got the vet certificates, and the cat and I went on the ship. So when I got off the ship, and that's so typical for my uncle that you have no idea, I was going to stay in his house. And he lived right off Fifth Avenue in New York, and a very elegant place. He was a famous painter, painting stars, you know, knowing all kinds.
What was his name again?
Alec Kanarek, Kanarek. And he, you know, going on a street, when we went for a walk on Fifth Avenue, I would poke in the ribs. I said, George Sanders is waving to you. So we will stop and he will introduce me to George. George Sanders in person was so much more handsome than honest. You have, the guy was absolutely tall, slim, electric blue eyes, charming smile, much better looking than in films, much better. Another person that I met, but later in Hollywood, that was so much better looking, that was Rhonda Fleming. I mean, Rhonda Fleming in life, in person, you couldn't believe how beautiful she was. So, you know, I met Ginger Rogers, I met Burgess Meredith, I met some people, you know. I met some newspaper people. We went late in the evening to one of those funny delicatessen where New Yorkers go after the show, you know, and meet people, and met all kinds of interesting people. But anyway, I came off the ship carrying the baby, and here carrying the basket with the cat. And I said, Alec, I'm sorry, but I have my cat with me, you know. People have different ideas about keeping cats in their houses. I said, I just couldn't leave the cat behind. And he said, of course you couldn't. Naturally, let me carry the cat. So, I mean, the first thing he said, of course you wouldn't, you know. I said, oh God, I know that I like the guy. So I arrived with my cat, with the child, and with the husband. That didn't work out.
So how long did you stay in New York City? How long did you stay in New York
A
City?
very short time, I would say about 10 days, maybe 50, I don't remember. I stayed, basically what the problem was that my baby daughter, that was a month old, had to have smallpox vaccination before she left England. When I was on the ship, the smallpox vaccination got enormous, inflamed, you know, full of pus. Actually, I had to go to the ship's doctor and have him look at her because she was screaming all the time. She was very uncomfortable. He told me that she just had bad reaction to it and give her a little something, give me some liquid that had to bring her fever down because she had fever, but she wasn't eating, she was screaming, he said it's just a matter of a couple of days to bring her back in 3 days, and if she wasn't better the same day, then he would, you know, see her again. And so when I arrived in New York, both the baby and I, she was a month old, we were wrecks, you know, we were exhausted. I was especially. And we got train ticket as officers. It was first class from New York to California on a train. I think at that time it took 5 days or a week or something, you know. I just couldn't see myself on a train away from a doctor with that screaming baby. So what we did, we exchanged my ticket for a plane ticket. Well, you know, at that time, traveling by plane was very expensive. So my uncle got on the phone and found some airline that, with him adding about $50, that was all the money we had. You know, it was like ticket from there was $700, and we found this place was 200 something. Well, they bought me an orchid. I had the cat and a baby. My husband was going to travel on a train with all the luggage. I just had a bag of diapers for the baby and some bottles, and I'm flying to California. Cat, babies, and me. The first thing that happened, we get to the airport, I show the ticket, nobody knows where it is. Finally, my taxi driver got very upset because he could see this confused lady with a baby and a cat and doesn't know her way around. So he found out that this was one of those, I don't know what you call those airlines, but they're not really airlines, they're just a couple of guys that left the army and had a plane and were flying. And so he said, it's on the other end, you know, I went orchid and all to the air. We got back in a taxi and he drove and drove and drove around the airport till we got to the back in the dark. There was one little yellow light bulb, and there was a hangar, and there was the light bulb was near the door to the hangar. And I went there, and there was a drunk Mexican wedding, few servicemen, hangover, you know, after things. Somebody else that was very drunk, I don't know who. And the baby and the cat and me. When I walked in, there was a dead silence. I don't know who fainted, the pilot or the guy that was on the radio there. But anyway, they kept on asking me who told me to fly that thing. I said, my uncle found it. I couldn't afford the regular air rights. So I got into that plane, and first of all, it didn't have the noise barriers, the insulation. Second thing, it didn't have enough insulation between the engines and the cabin. So it stank of oil and fumes, and the dirty Mexicans that were, you know, getting sick and rambunctious, and the overhang ex-servicemen. And the cat started hopping up and down, getting hysterical because of the noise of the plane and vibration. The baby started screaming, you know. The milk that I had in bottles was cold and I couldn't give it to the baby. So we went, I was going from New York to California, through West Virginia, someplace almost in Canada. Then I was in Texas. In Texas, we landed in a place that I never before or after or ever found on a map. Basically, it was a shack with a radio and a guide there. And I asked him, the regulations are that they have to have something to heat baby bottles for babies. Well, he didn't have anything. So he poured out his coffee out of his thermos, and we heated the baby bottle in his coffee that he was supposed to have for the rest of the day. The only place in the shade, and you could see for hundreds of miles in every direction, was under the wing of the plane. There was not a tree, not a bush, nothing. And we stopped at places that they unload a couple of sacks of tomatoes and took a crate of chickens, you know. We're going like that all over. The trip from New York to California took 2.5 days. By the time I arrived, I was half dead. Then we landed in Coronado, and from Coronado they changed the stewardess. The stewardesses wouldn't. I was taken care of by the guy that was flying the plane and the radio men on the ground. The stewardesses wouldn't get near me. They pretended that I didn't exist. When I arrived in Coronado, a beautiful, beautiful suntan girl, blonde, looking like a princess, said, "Oh, lady, you need help." So she brought me her own cologne, and she brought me something else, and she brought me a nice drink, and she said, "Boy, you look a mess, you know. Why don't you brush your hair and do something? I will hold the baby," you know. It was the only human female contact I had. The entire trip, the 2.5 days, I was on the mercy of the pilot and the weatherman or whoever it was. And then I flew from Coronado to, I forgot, not San Francisco, Oakland, I think. And my brother was there with his wife and with his beautiful dog. And we got in his car and we went to his home. But I was half dead. It took me, I think, 3 days sleeping before I recovered. I only got up enough to feed the baby and back to sleep.
Was your husband with you when you flew?
No, he was
he came by
traveling
train.
on a train with the luggage.
So he met
And
you.
we know, like all refugees, we took everything with us. You know, we were going into Wild West. There was nothing there. I mean, we didn't throw out anything. We lacked everything because who knows? The fact that I was going to go to near San Francisco in Berkeley University town didn't register, you know. So hammer we took with us, everything, you know. We didn't leave anything behind. So when we got here, we had to get rid of 3/4 of, you know, refugees take everything. You never know when you will need it. It's the mentality of a refugee.
So then you had another child when you were in Berkeley?
Yes, then I had my younger daughter, the one with the horse, and then we got, it doesn't work. What was wrong with him? It was too deep, it couldn't work. But I was beating my head over the wall for a while. I was trying to, it couldn't. You know, I was scarred from war, but I was convinced that the war is over and I'm not going to live the war for the rest of my life, or concentration camp, or I'm just going to put it away, you know. If I want to stay and relive everything, then I may just, well, you know, be still in prison. So I decided to live my life, forget all that. But he didn't, he couldn't.
Do you know what happened to him?
Yes, he's in Southern California. The sad thing is that he eventually, he fought the divorce, he fought everything. Eventually he married. He had 2 daughters, 2 years apart. And the marriage broke out, very unfriendly. His ex-wife now really tried to do very mean things. You know, when I wanted divorce, and I realized that I cannot live with him, that's not going to work, and he started complaining and telling me what a horrible person I am, I would say, why don't you just go? I said, take anything you want and go. I don't want anything, just go. I don't want alimony, I don't want anything, just go. Take anything you want, just go. It's not going to work. That wasn't the way his second divorce were. She set the daughters against him and she tried to destroy him. She went after every cent she could get out of him. And she really actually did think out of spite. She demanded things that he got from his parents or something that didn't mean anything to her, out of sheer spite. Was very bitter and very, you know, that's why he moved to Southern California.
What was his name?
His original name was Janusz, that is John Czechowski, but he had a nickname by which he was known all his life, Jątek. It's a name that is immortalized in a Polish opera. It's from the mountaineer part of Poland, diminutive of John Jontek. He was a very handsome man, very talented artist, very bright and twisted.
Had he been in a camp?
He was in Russia
Oh, yeah.
up at the north,
In Siberia.
starved to death. And so horrible things. People, there were things going on there that one of the worst things I heard, this was a friend of mine that was in those camps up and he escaped. He was held by the Lapps and passed up from one Lapp village to another till he got to Sweden. But the Lapps knew what was going on. And this friend of mine was in one of those camps up near the circle where Jontek was. And there was a Serb poet the Germans caught doing something and stuck him. And he stayed there for several months and decided that he didn't want to live anymore. So he went and lied on his bunk and willed himself to die, which means he didn't get up, he didn't drink, he didn't eat, he didn't go to the bathroom. He just went and lied on the bed and was killing himself. And if you think that's easy, and he did die. The Russians tried to beat him up, do something, and then they said, didn't even bother to shoot him, just left him there.
I'd like to take you back to the beginning of the first interview. We started talking about your life in about 1939. You were about 16 or 17. Can you tell me something about your early childhood?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, well, first of all, my parents. My father was 20 years older than my mother. My mother had my brother at 18. And she was very beautiful, from a wealthy family, very cute. And one of the first things that happened was that at that age, the girls got married in order. That means the oldest and the second oldest and the third oldest. If one of them skipped, this almost doomed the skipped one to be an old maid. It was fate worse than that, Well, by the time they got to my mother, the oldest sister were married and had already children. There was probably 20 years difference between the oldest and the youngest. And the next in Rome, I was the aunt that married the Danish consul, Helena. And when my father showed up on the doorstep, everybody was absolutely delighted because he was well known, he was handsome, he was very, very wealthy. So, you know, just grandparents dreamed of somebody like that showing. And he came a few times to visit, and then, knowing my mother, I know she was flirting with him. But the way she told me the story was that one day he talked to her alone and told her that her parents think that he's courting Helena, but he really doesn't want Helena, he wants her. Well, my mother, it was such a tremendous catch that my mother made an instant decision. She said, yes, I will marry you, but right away. I don't want announcement, courtship, anything. We cannot do it to Helena. So they did. My grandparents went to opera, and on that evening, prearranged, my father showed up with a witness and a special license, and Helena, the youngest one, Paulina, was too young to be involved in it, but Helena and my mother, they were the three youngest, went and got my mother married. After which they went back to my mother's home. My mother took him to the kitchen. This is the most beautiful, I love that line. And sat him down, gave him a sandwich, cup of coffee on a kitchen table. And my grandparents came back from the opera and see this catch of the century sitting in a kitchen munching on a cold sandwich, and said, why don't you have him in the things? And this was going on. My mother said, yeah, it's not necessary any longer, we married. You know. So she called him, so all the fuss was not, necessary. Then they were, of course, my grandmother fainted. My grandfather's, according to my mother, she was his favorite child, said, I wanted to dance on your wedding, but, they were very happy, of course. Well, Helena married eventually. Actually, she was married twice. First she met a young man that didn't work out. He was a gambler, compulsive gambler. And no matter how much money my grandparents gave him, it all got gambled away. Eventually, it just seemed, divorces were unheard of. But in this case, being related to them, he always managed to get credit. And they just had to get her divorce. So that was great scandal. And then eventually she married the Danish consul, and she worked out for her. And then the last one was Kanarek got married, Paulina got married. So she was very young. She had my brother Tony, and this is where his story repeats herself. She went with my father to a restaurant, and a German officer made, I don't know whether he pinched her bosom or her behind or something very rude to her, and she slapped him in the face. And he got her thrown in jail. She was at that time nursing my brother. He got her thrown in jail with drunkards and prostitutes and, 40, 50 people she got a nervous breakdown. You know, she was never exposed to anything. Well, the Germans got bribed. They let her out. She had to be cleaned up and treated by the doctor. However, her milk dried out through this emotional upheaval and the days of not nurse. So they had to hire a wet nurse for my brother. And she didn't want any more children. She did her duty, she gave my father and that was it. She was done with it. She had a wonderful life. She had horses, she had money, she traveled. She and her older sisters went to Paris a couple of times a year to buy a wardrobe, to Vienna, to Switzerland, to Riviera, to gamble, you know. And she didn't want any more. According to her statement, I was not planned. It was an accident. But by the time she realized what was going on, it was too late for doing anything about it. So I was... And then when I was... few years were very happy. I remember spending them in a country with horses, with dogs, with cats, with the village children. Incredible freedom, because within the radius of 50 miles, everybody knew who I was. So there was really no limit for my governess gave up on trying to be governing me long time ago. So as long as I showed up for meals, or at least sent a message that I'm staying with so-and-so and having lunch. Dinner were not allowed, but lunch I could skip. And I had a horse for riding, I had a horse for a buggy. There were about 7 dogs, few cats, geese, horses. And few times as a child, the peasants figured out very quickly that if I wanted something, I got it. So when a woman was very badly hurt during harvest season, she came to me and showed me her injured hand. She said, I need to go to a doctor. I went to the man that was running the farm, said, send somebody with her, with the doctor. He said, we can't spare anybody. I raised such a scream and I stamped my feet and yelled and cursed and everything. And he gave up and he found a boy that took my horse, my buggy, and took her to the doctor. I mean, I terrorized everybody, and I don't know why, but they really did what I wanted. And I helped people, so I was well liked. So when I was 2 years old, I had very bad kidney infection. And till I was about 12, theoretically, I was not supposed to eat dark meat, salt, pickles, egg whites, you know, 1 egg yolk a week, and very strict diet to relieve my kidneys. Well, with the friendship of all the peasants and everybody, when I felt like an egg, I would go to anybody's house, chase a chicken of eggs, pick out an egg, take it to the woman, say, cook it for me. And then I would get a handful of that gray-black coarse peasant's salt and eat my egg with salt, and then I would get back to my lunch, which was served, by Lakai and 2 or 3 women, and everybody would see, oh, Yasha is not feeling well, she doesn't have an appetite. After 2 eggs, I didn't, but I took things, I just ignored the work around them. I had tremendous freedom there, tremendous.
And you lived in the country year-round?
No, only when school when I was small, yes, almost, not quite. I stayed early spring when school was still in, my brother was already with my governess there. My mother was very rarely there, very little. This was boring, she would come for a few days, bring a bunch of guests, have a big party, everybody was running around doing all the fancy foods, and then they were all departure and it was quiet again. And then I was stayed till late fall. But once the really, Poland has a pretty rough climate, and that was northeast of Warsaw. So once the really drizzly cold fall started, till the spring got warmed out and there was some warmth and sunshine, I stayed in the city. Because it really was snowed in, you just about couldn't get out. The cows were all in a barn, the horses, in deep snow there was not much. There was sled, but you needed people to, there was, also with because of my kidneys, every time I got a cold or any children diseases, I will always follow it by a very severe kidney infection. So what any child had for, let's say, weak flu, I will have a 2 months weak flu, 10 days illness, and then kidney infection that I had to be on a very strict diet and given sulfa or something, and stuffed with pills. First, the diet was the worst thing. I remember years of sitting at dinner, people were eating, and I would get little dishes cooked for me without salt, without fat, without dark meat, without eggs. And it was so boring, oatmeal and boiled potato, and nothing had any taste. When nobody was looking in the kitchen, I would go to the pantry and steal a whole pickle and devour it. Or when nobody was looking, I would stick a finger in a mustard. Just licking mustard was an incredible pleasure, because I never got any of that stuff.
Where did you first go to school?
In Warsaw. I was a little bit old, because my father thought that it was better to educate children at home. So I didn't go to school till after my father died when I was 7. And that was again something silly that people then didn't know. But you don't introduce a child to a difficult and challenging situation when the child is in a very bad shape. I loved my father very much, and his death had a tremendous impact on me. I felt abandoned, I felt lost, I felt unhappy, and I was still in a black, mourning after my father's death, and I got thrown in the schools, swim or die, do what you want.
Was that public school?
No, private, very, very fancy private school, but they were tough. Those private school paid women that ran those schools for girls they wanted to prove themselves. It cost a few $100 a month. So they really were very strict, and you had to have deportment and art and music and science and math and English and languages and Latin and Greek, everything got thrown at you very early, and too many hours, frankly, for a young child. So I had 5 or 6 hours of lessons and then homework. So there was very little of a day left after I was done.
Did you go to a private gymnasium?
Yes. All the way through to the war, I went to private schools.
Did you graduate from the gymnasium, or did the war?
No, I graduated. And then I had about a year plus in England, which was cross between, I would say, about junior college level. And then it was another about a year in Denmark.
Would you tell us about, you mentioned to me about the war interrupting your coming out party, your trip abroad?
The basic life for a person on the level that my mother and my father and we lived was that I went to this private school. We were uniforms. On top of it was the attitude noblesse oblige. I was not allowed to have very fancy clothes, even on weekends, or overcoats, or fancy things, shoes, because my mother said that most of the children in school can't afford it, so you're not going to show off. So I had, the run-of-the-mill brown school shoes and socks and whatever. And you just don't want to stand out. You don't want to show that you are better, It worked for clothes. It worked for things. Where it didn't work for me at all, or my brother, except my brother was an angel. I sometimes sat and was thinking, why doesn't he do something wrong for once in my life? Why is it always me? But where it didn't work was that I was to be the same in the clothes I wear, in the food, not to take very fancy food for my lunch in school, But when it came to behavior, it went all out of the window. Because if I did something, my mother promptly punished me much harder than anybody else was in school. Because you should know better. You had the advantages in life that the other children have, so they can do something. You can't, because you have all the advantages. So I